a spotty couple of days, just because yesterday had childcare in the morning, and then a bit of craziness happened with the baby. But everything's absolutely fine, 100% fine. But yeah, a bit spotty. But I ended up doing a bit of work in the evening. Had a little playthrough, noted a few issues, which is natural because it's been a long time since we've been actually playing the game. And yeah, so I got the big meteor working. That looks fine. Obviously, it can look better, but there is, yeah, I like to think I'm done with drawing, but I'm not going to be done with drawing for a while. But positive thing is that I think I'm actually getting pretty good at doing pixel art, even animations. So but yeah, I just want to kind of get back to coding for a bit. But yeah, so we may redo the meteor look, but it looks pretty good, to be honest. Couple issues, but nothing we can't solve. Added missing item collector to Tomb Raider. So yeah, just little bugs. The undead versions of the humans needed to be updated with the better hats. Yeah, there was just silly little thing. Quite funny, actually, I suppose. So when we apply an upgrade, we have this horrible bit of spaghetti code which says if the upgrade is a weapon, then get the child, because I just couldn't be bothered to store this, and it ready comes up. So we can do a get component, because happens like 20 times in a game, doesn't slow the frame rate. And we looked, and what we used to do is looked at the weapon upgrade.weapon.sprite, or new weapon, so it would have been new weapon.sprite. But I've changed the look of it in the upgrade, and it's the same sprite. So it's actually redundant now that a weapon has a sprite, because we're just taking from the upgrade. So hopefully that doesn't cause any major issues, but it should mean that the different types of staffs where they are just taking from the same weapon should work now. Missing floating shields from object pooling. Yeah, so it was just one of the things I forgot to put in there. So very silly, quick little bugs. And yeah, finished what I started yesterday. Couple other issues we noted. One is when there's lots of buffers, the game does slow down a bit, because we've got a bunch of characters that are doing these big AoE moves. And yeah, I ended up with like a lot of drummers, which was kind of redundant. So what I want to do with buffers is I want to half their spawn rate so that they spawn less often. The game's not really set up to do this, but I could also cap the amount of buffers that can appear at one time. So we could make it, for example, that you're limited to 5 buffers. I think it would be something like max units. Yeah, okay, yeah, so straight away, available slots. And we would have something like if... yeah, see, it would be a bit tricky. So somewhere in there we say if the unit is a buffer, then make it then max units available slots would be different, but this is spawning a pack, so it works a bit differently. So yeah, if a unit's a buffer, then don't then take like a 10th or a 5th of the max units, just so that there's fewer available. And yeah, we could still make the buff last longer and cast less often. There's lots of things we could do. The simplest one is to reduce their spawn rate. Now, if we reduce their spawn rate in order to make them still a viable option, to make them balanced, we ought to give them more HP, which I think tracks as well, because you would imagine that the unit that you have to like you would give them good armor. I think flag bearers, drummers, whatever, they might have good armor. Or at least they'd be fortified. It doesn't matter, because it's a balancing thing. So, what is it? So we've got the bannerman, who you would imagine having good armor. You've got the drummer, who again could be a beefy guy. You've got the gravestone, which of course you can imagine because it's made of stone, it has more HP. And then finally for the demons, it's the succubus. And it doesn't really make sense there, but we can just give her more HP and spawn half as often. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. and it shouldn't be too difficult to undo. Although, sadly, because of the way I've set the game up incorrectly, I mean, it's fine, it's optimized. It works for now. So I'm just having a thought. Yeah, if you... So yeah, I have to grab each one individually. Yeah, so basically what I should be doing is having a constructor rather than having all of these prefabs for these different units. I should have a constructor. So all the information is stored in code, pointing to whichever sprites and animation styles and whatnot that are needed, and then we build the units like that rather than having these prefabs. But at this point, it's not really worth changing. It's really not worth changing. We do that with weapons, so we don't have all weapons stored as prefabs, but when we equip a weapon to a character, we just take the information that's in here, and we use that to, so we say, okay, make the sprite this sprite, make the damage this damage, and so on. So we should do that with characters. That's a thought, and it's probably worth a YouTube video at some point. Let me know if you'd like to see that. Where, yeah, just talking about you can over-engineer your game, as in, especially for an indie, self-taught, you're going to make mistakes with programming that will have resonating effects throughout your project. So yeah, that are just going to add lots of time and create complexities where there don't need to be complexities throughout your project. So your little inexperience with code doing something slightly differently will cause you to lose lots of time and for the game to take longer to make than it needs to. However, once you've made that mistake, is it worth going back and fixing it if you've already kind of made the game? And the answer is, I guess it depends how long you want to support the game for, or like, in this case, I'm not going to make that change now. I think in general it would be quicker from a dev point of view just to make more of these folders for more factions and just make the heroes. Although I'm not sure, and also like I would do that when it comes to like when I do a DLC or an update to release a new faction. That would be a good time to do it, but for now it's just not necessary. Although at times like these, where I find myself having to go through and find all of the buffers. Do we have an HP multiplier? We do, but it's private, and that's for something else. No, so I have to go through each of these buffers, right? And so this one already has quite a lot of HP because it doesn't move. So that's generally... Is that too much HP? How did it go from... Oh, that's definitely a mistake. That's definitely a mistake. Well, good thing to spot that now. Yeah, so I have to go through each of these, and I'm not going to double-click them. I'm just going to edit them here, because otherwise it makes me save. So I'm going to go... So this one would have even more health. Either way, or maybe it's already fine. So we just go... Grab these spawn intervals and go from 4 to 8. So they spawn less often. And that would be the grave, the tomb... and yeah, it's kind of complicated because what if I did want a unit that was like, you know, had like a buff as a second thing? I guess the buff could be smaller. So yeah, the drummer, go to 8. The totem. And I can actually show in game what I mean in just a second, because we do actually have examples like that. The spicy beans is the succubus. And the gorgon, who, yeah, again, also is a character that has an attack and a buff, and a buff that it gives. So Yeah, not heroes, human beings. So here we have the... So yeah, and same with the blacksmith. So they end up being like a pretty powerful unit. There's other things I could do. I could make the range of the buff smaller. So we go into weapons, and we go... yeah, his drum. And the AoE is 15. Now, one of the things we could do, and I don't think this would like ruin the game, I think it still works, is we could just reduce this to 10. And I'm just going to make my life easy just during this balancing period. I'm going to make a new constant called buffer AoE. And so I'm going to have to go through each of these. So yeah, like weirdly enough, the weapons I can just easily go into the code. The units I have to grab the prefab. So yeah, I'll just carry on with this for now. So yeah, we've got also the bard. So these characters end up spawning less often, which is kind of not great, right? Because then there's this big balancing issue. They would have to be significantly better in order for it to be worth it. And you could still end up with scenarios where even though they're spawning slower, if you're doing incredibly well and you've got healers and stuff, then you're probably never gonna like you could actually end up with tons of buffers on screen. So max health 90, 110, 130, 150. So we would go 180, 220, 260, and 300. I guess it's like, here's a thought. And yeah, so I'm going to put all of these spawn intervals for characters. If they've got a buff and something else, they should have a spawn interval of 6, and their HP should not increase by by 100%, but by 50%. So so it would be 90 times 1.5, 135. So yeah, good old inbuilt calculator. So 110, I'm just gonna 330 rather than do arithmetic. 130 times 1.5, and then 150 times 1.5, so it'll be plus 75. Okay, so those are my numbers, and I'll just remember those numbers. Might actually be easier if I grab Succubus. No, because it's going to be different. Okay, no, I'll just do them piece by piece. So Succubus is going to be, so I haven't done the health for this one, but it will be times. So she just has. I'm just going to go with the. Yeah, 1.5. Because the thing is, no, I think 2 is good. So that's 80. 120, 160, 200. So buffers have more HP. And you see how fiddly it is to do this, whereas I could do what I'm about to do with the weapons and make it a constant, make my life easier. So then we have Paladin Tower, Lord, no. Blacksmith and Bard. So, yeah. So it should be 6. And it should be... Let's see if I can just remember. Is it 225? 135. Okay, yeah, because... Wait, he already has crazy HP. Okay, something's gone wrong here. Ah, I think this is terribly wrong, actually. Wait, so who had... Why does the blacksmith have 300? What about the bard? Assassin. Yeah, that's normal HP. That's normal. So I guess I'll check all of them. Okay. Tower has 160. So it's like the maths here is like if you can't move, you get an extra 100% HP. If your move is a buff, you get an extra 100% HP. And if your move is a buff and another weapon, then the buff HP is halved basically. So an extra 10 isn't cutting it here. So we will go with so this would be because it can't move. It should have double HP. Now, so this is a complete and utter tangent. I am actually considering a scenario where basically I delete all of these prefabs and make a character constructor, as I was saying just a second ago. That would be the better way to do it. That would have saved myself a lot of time. And as horrifying as it is, now that I've done it like this and made all of the characters that are going to be in the game, I guess now that I'm at the balancing stage, once again it becomes perhaps worthwhile to use a constructor instead of prefabs. However, that would require a fair bit of work. But then balancing would be much easier, because I'm just thinking, like, what if I decide that this is too much HP for the buffers and I want to cut it down a bit, and I want to cut it down by 10%. I would have to go through each of these prefabs, select them, and lower that. Like, I'd have to do, like, go through each one of them. So no, I am going to be a right bastard to myself, make my own life really difficult, and we've got quite a big project here. It's probably going to be one of those ones that's easier than it sounds, but it is a fundamental change to how the game works. So change from prefabs to constructor for characters. And then so character becomes like a non-mono behavior thing. It becomes a class. So it's not something we fill out here. And we won't even have this. We could make it visible, but like a character is like a weapon. In that it is a piece of code. And then we construct a character based on that. So we just have a single prefab, which is character. So I would delete all of these prefabs. I'm going to do it. I really thought I could avoid this, and I should have done it earlier, and I would have saved myself a lot of time. But it has to be done. Because it's easy to change the buffers now, but it's not going to be easy to change it back afterwards if I wanted to change it, and all sorts. Oof. Change from prefabs to construct. Yeah, I should do that. Okay, well, optimization with lots of buffers is kind of, that comes under that for now, and then we'll see. And then the other one, simple one, is when we have a super duper powerful buff, for example, Cruel's special ability to reduce the hell out of attack, like make attack speed a lot faster. Like when I was playing it, it was like, oh, I need to see like my dudes like flashing red just to know that I've given this buff to my allies as well. And then yeah, there are issues of performance, so I may have to do, where did I put it? This, switch to a non-physics method, which will be a pain, but again, in isolation, it's not too bad. It could change the way things feel, which is a bit of a one, but yeah, I'm gonna do that. Well, let's see how optimization is, because it's a lot better when I'm not playing out of Unity, and maybe it doesn't come up. If my computer can run it, most everyone's computer can run it. I should definitely do that, and I should do it before playing, really, because there's no point playtesting with statistics that aren't gonna hold up. And then yeah, I'm pretty much set on this. So summon effects. So anytime we have an artifact which does like killer summon, every time we have an artifact, it's like, okay, if you kill someone, so if something dies, if the attacker is on the home team, so if one of my guys has killed one of the enemies, then 10% chance to spawn a random ally. I want to change that to 1% chance to spawn a can of beans, which is an item which spawns allies. And what is the reason for this? Picking up items is fun. 2, it allows for a build which synergizes off picking up items. And I'm going to trust myself and be like, yeah, this is good game design. And yeah, mana effects become a mana gem. Healing effects become... So instead of heal all allies, so we've got like, was it Holy Summon or Holy Buff, for example. Every time I give someone... Every time someone gets a buff, they get healed. Or no, this is every time you heal, you get buffs. No, it would be every time. So like healing, killer heal. No, what is it? Well, anyway, yeah. So instead of dropping a healing item, instead of just heal all allies by 5 or heal the damager by 5. I would drop a chicken. So we reduce the chance like to very low. And then if that happens, then drop a chicken. The reason that works is because, yeah, like I said, it's more fun to pick up the items, but also we could have a build which is built up all around picking up items. So every time you pick up an item, and we've got this for chicken right now, but I think it would be better just to say anytime you pick up a special item, you could get something. So this immediately synergizes quite obviously with luck, but it means that these artifacts will also synergize with them. So you'd be like, oh, I've got an artifact which increases, which gives me something every time I pick up an item, or doubles the effects of items. So and then here is an artifact choice which makes it more likely for that item to drop. Yeah, and I was discussing this a lot yesterday. Or both. Both means lots of variety, but it also means it's harder to get your synergies. It means you could effectively double up, so you could have one that has a chance to drop a chicken and also just heals everyone. But it means, yeah, you see it there, and then so you could even do You could do one for the bomb. So the bomb would have like a double effect. Or no, the bomb just kind of sits outside of that paradigm. Like anything that... I mean, you could make that like... Yeah, no, I think we'll skip the bomb. But Mana Gems, chicken, I think that works. And then it creates a scenario for like every time I pick up an item, I also get mana. Or every time I pick up an item, its effect is doubles. Or every time I pick up an item, I summon a couple units. Which means that a lot of the time, running into a big stack of items is going to be really satisfying and fun. So what would be the point in keeping the old one? Right? What would be the point in keeping, in addition to that, just instant effects rather than dropping an item? So I am going to go ahead with this. It's a lot of work. All of these are things that I hadn't anticipated having to do. So prefabs to constructors, make the new artifacts, and always make the effect to drop an item rather than at a lower chance, rather than just giving you the effect. That's going to be a fair bit of work. But obviously I've already got the code to drop an item out of the blue, so... Couple more artifact types. Change the nature of artifacts. And yeah, so I've got we'll put this down. We'll put this down over with the ultimate effects just to keep it clear. So I've got these like these two big things to do. Three big things. Make the new artifact types. Change these constructors, change that to a constructor, and change the way artifacts work. So that's three big things. Right. I'm kind of like, yeah, I kind of want to do it off stream just because I want to like listen to some podcasts and stuff. But yeah, I just need to get with this. Okay. So the first thing. Let's just crack on. Let's be disciplined, right? So we would want a new thing, which is make unit. Is GM the best place for it? At the moment, I can't think of anywhere that makes more sense. So let's do so here. Public. No, this can be private. Private. Void construct character. Okay. And then so basically we just need to go through each of the things, each of the variables that a character has. So we say, so we need to know character. And then we need a script that's called characters. Well, first let's... So we would have already gotten all the pooled objects. So we would have made a bunch of empty characters already. So make a bunch of empty characters. So we will be using getPooledObject. We're not going to use a constructor each time they're made. We're going to construct them all at the beginning. So we could just instantiate them here, to be honest. Okay, so... and then we want character prefab and... which doesn't exist yet. We just call this... Yeah, I don't know if that's good naming conventions. I don't think it is. And then Yeah, character. Would be character prefab, character object. So there's probably some convention here, but I've got weapon container as the thing, and then that gets filled with the weapon. So should we just call this like character container just for consistency? Or character template. Yeah, character container. It's like an empty vessel that a character could go in. And so the character container is basically going to be this. So the easiest thing to do would actually be to change the name. And like, I think this is always a bit funky, but I have to find, and you'll see my lovely organization, everything in the right folder. Not quite. And this is going to be called character container. Okay. And then we need another script that would go, I suppose, on GM. That is characters. Sure. Just in the big old bucket with everything else. And I guess that would just come straight after, that ought to come straight after, can I not move it? What's the issue here? Oh yeah, there it is. Move up. I think it's a bit confused because maybe the reference to the script called characters is still there somewhere. Okay. So here we are. Characters, and we have, just like weapons, so we'll actually just copy my old work there. Just to make sure. Weapon, I think it's at the bottom. Probably should be at the top. Yeah. Yeah, just remembering just to have all of that stuff, system.serializable and all that good stuff. Although, does it need to be serializable? No, and maybe that's where some of my problems are coming from with it not realizing that something's a weapon sometime. I'm just going to go crazy and just comment that out, and I'm commenting it out rather than deleting it, because if everything breaks as a result of this, I'll know why immediately. Okay, so yeah, public class character, and character is basically there's some room for stuff here. So it would have all of the same stuff here. And you know what? I'm going to use this as an opportunity to clean up the script as well. So, I was saying before about you want to find that balance between tinkering and making a good script. And like getting on with things. So we go, character has names. And what are we missing here? So we go weapons. Because I think there's a bit of something, system.collections.generic in order to make a list. The string names, damage. So I'm going to want to basically copy a lot of this there. So I'm just going to copy the whole thing and then delete as appropriate. Okay. So the character has max health, and we are just going to be... I'm not going to do this nonsense anymore. I'm just going to make it public. Like, this was when... Because basically, like, when I started this project, I got an AI to help me, but to be honest, I don't really recommend that. Okay, so public float max health equals 100. Just because these are the defaults. Okay. Health, mana, speed. Upgrades is different. So we say, just get rid of the serialized fields here. Starting upgrades is a list of strings which correspond to the names of upgrades that it has. So it corresponds to upgrades, and at start it says starting upgrades, add them to this. Okay, ultimate name. Does that ever come up? No, so we'll delete that. And I think what I'm going to do, yeah, is anytime I feel like something should move into there, like for example, yeah, we'll see. Okay. Level. Yep. This would go. So I'm going to put these down. So we would need names. Yes, we don't need this anymore. Never mind these headers. Yeah, because we don't want to ask yeah, we don't want to ask every frame multiply your speed by your speed x, so that's why total speed comes as a separate thing, but we want to do that with everything. So don't multiply the damage by the damage multiplier every time you do it, just multiply the damage. Well, no, the damage is the weapon. Okay. I can write that down though. Consider on weapons. How do I explain this? On weapons, store total stats rather than using multiplier each time it's calculated. So what we do is, I mean, so the weapon container, every time we do damage, we're saying multiply the damage of this weapon by the damage multiplier of the character, which might be poor optimization. I don't know if it matters. Like, how expensive is it in terms of optimization to just do a quick multiplier? Like, it happens quite a lot. People get damaged quite a lot, so probably happening quite a lot. But if you just stored it as a like, we just modify the total damage of this weapon, like, I guess every time a character receives a buff, anytime the stat changes, it says, okay, what is now my total damage? Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. So on weapon, store total stats rather than using multiplier each time it's calculated. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Damage. So we have damage X, speed X. And I guess I'll put this as a separate thing. Or I kind of like to group things up like this. And then you could imagine that speed X is on the character container, because it's only going to pertain to a character that's actually there. Like, that's where the final number is. Rather than saying, oh, here's a character container, ask me what the speed of the character that in my container is. Like the character container just has a speed, and that's where total speed lives. So it would be like this. So this would be our first stat that we put here: public float total speed, and then like current HP. So yeah, it would be public float current HP. Rather than having it in the character thing. So the character really is just information for starting with. So damage X is there. Speed X is there, just to start tidying things. But then total speed would be on the character container. It feels like better optimization, but I just don't know how much difference that makes. I guess, yeah, I mean, if we wanted to like really up the number of creatures we have on the screen, this would be necessary. So yeah, we determine, so yeah, total, so current HP, and we would have public float current max HP. This is going to be some work here. Like, yeah, we'll just do. Let's keep it simple. So we're gonna have to do a lot of refactoring here, but you know, I could just run. I did want to just kind of play the game a bit, but there's no point until I've done this balancing, and before I do the balancing I really should make this change. Okay, so max HP goes on the character container. I can kind of ignore this because it's all over here. So current mana. Okay. XP. I'm sort of thinking, yeah, I'm going to put this on the player controller. This is going to be a nightmare. It would be fun if all my guys leveled up. That's a different game, though. That's a different game. But it would... I mean, you could totally do that, though. You could totally do that. You could totally have it that, like, you've got another unit next to you that is gaining XP. And they're also, like, choosing level ups and stuff, but they can die and then they lose it all, you know, but then you can kind of summon another one. You know, like you would find some special thing, which is like, oh, you can summon a companion and they're going to come in and they're going to just be like acting autonomously, playing the game just like you do until they die, and they're getting upgrades and they're getting a different army as they go. So I am just like, I don't know if I'm going to do that. Completely different game, but then it's like, why not leave space for it, eh? So XP to next level. And then level. Yeah, that has a different meaning between the player and other units. Okay, spawn interval. This is the big one that we were messing with. And then speed X. This is going to change so much. Buffs can't exist for a dead character. Right? Buffs have to be on a live character. No character is born with buffs. And if they were, there would be a different way to do it. So this goes in here. Spawn interval. That lives on the character here. And it's 4 by default. And where does that go in relation to other things? Okay, so the other thing I'm thinking now is, do we need things like damage X, speed X? Because really what we want is just to achieve our totals, and the original value could always be referenced from the character. I'm not very good at math, so it's like if I like so if I said we had like 100 and then I got a buff to boost it by 110, but then I lost that buff, so then it would be divided by, and then I got a buff which was like, and then I got the buff back again times 1.2 this time. And then, yeah, so it would be like if I had multiple buffs for HP, it would be like adding a like you would multiply it by the original HP and then add it rather than the current HP. But then it's like if I got a buff to speed, and then I got another buff to speed, and then I lost one of the buffs to speed. Oh, it does work. And then I lost another, and then I lost the other buff to speed. And then I got another buff to speed at 1.3. So 100 times 1.3. And then I got another buff of 1.4. And then I lost the buff at 1.3, and then I lost the buff Yeah. Oh, okay, so it does kind of work like that. Okay, I always sort of imagined that it would like mess with the numbers. So if you reverse the divide, okay, so I feel like I don't need these then. The character has an HP and the character container has these stats, and the character container stats are the ones like its actual stats that can be modified with buffs. Okay, good to know. Alright, so I am going to be brave. I'm going to do a backup right now. I'm going to do a backup before I do anything else. So where's my hard drive? It's plugged in. And I'm going to have... So, I ought to do a backup. I'll do a backup of just the code for now. Because it's gonna give me grief if I do it while it's open, isn't it? Scripts, projects, all beans, assets, scripts. Okay, so I've got this all saved and backed up. And I'm going to be brave then. Now that I've saved my game, I'm going to be brave and try things. Okay, current target. This definitely does not pertain to the character. And wouldn't the current target be a character rather than a transform? A character container now. Okay, is dead. That's also... And then this would also... Although the level should be on both. What did I just do? But the XP, of course, would just be on the container. Multipliers. So we like multipliers doesn't apply anymore. But we would have... Yeah, what did we have here before? Damage X and Speed X, was it? Yeah. Yeah, so it would just be speed. But it would be damage. Because yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll store it here. Things that pertain to weapons. Yeah, okay. Attack speed, armor. So all of this would go in here. Let's just... But some of them might appear in both. In fact, they kind of would all appear in both. So then maybe it does just make more sense to have the character... Put everything in character, and then we reference something from character. Like, I wish I had a more advanced programmer to talk to here, because the reason I would keep it separate is for slight optimization. So that we're not, whenever we ask the character container something, we don't have to ask oh, can you look in your character? But I don't think it minds that. I don't think that takes long at all. And then the other thing is, yeah, total speed. It's like, that would be... on the character container. But if we're doing multipliers, we just affect the speed. Why would we? Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to be quite clever here. Right. Okay. Gosh. Right. So actually, all of this should live here. So let's use this cleaner. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just do 100 then. Stuff going on downstairs, screaming children, but my wife's got them. Okay, spawn interval. Yeah, so... and then we would have... this is damage X. But then buffs can be here. So we make a thing, we make a character, and that's the, yeah, so HP, max HP, yeah, we just get rid of all of this. But then buffs can only live on the container. Current target can only live on the container. Is dead could just be HP equals 0. No, it can't. Because there's a bit of a delay between HP being 0 and it actually being dead. Is that right? Because then we're just asking if it's been switched off. So HP equals 0. No, it is dead because the HP is 0, but we need to... it's still in its death animation. And we don't want to target things that... but then if the HP is 0, then it started its death animation and we won't pay attention to it. So I'm going to be crazy and just delete this, and you know, we're going to learn some things, I'm sure. XP only pertains here. It doesn't make much difference, but yeah, level can be here. So the first thing we need is public character. I think I need to put this outside of there, and then it can see it. Good. Okay. Oof. This is going to be a doozy. This task. So I'm gonna take a little break and have a little smoke. Shouldn't be smoking, but back off the wagon at the moment. Lots to deal with. And yeah. So this is going to be I guess I'm going to change the name of this stream to Code Refactoring Stream, and we're going to have that for a couple days. So we'll do... And then we could call the next one like Fixing Bad Code. In fact, I think Fixing Bad Code is more clickbaity, isn't it? Maybe educational. And yeah, we'll get through. We just need to go through and carefully think. You see why I can't just like copy and paste it. I need to carefully think about each thing and be like, where should this be? So this is stuff I should have done at the beginning of the project. But in my case, like I needed to see it go badly to understand it. So I needed to play with it before I understood it, if that makes sense. That's just the kind of learner that I am. Yeah, so... So yeah, damage X, attack speed X, armor from 0. Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, we'll be back and we'll do this. All right, see you in a bit. Fixing bad code then, right. So yeah, armor exists, so we could just kind of... I'm just going to shuffle all these up here. Collect radius. X. It's not really a thing anymore. It's not really a thing anymore. Can bring it back, but it's just like, no, not for now. Range. X. Yeah. So I'll put that. I guess it doesn't really matter what order these are in. Knockback X. Yep. AoE X. Evasion chance. Yep. Spiked armor, it feels like it's like a special thing. Ally heal, not a thing. Ally heal. Yeah, it never comes up. It's just an old... Yeah, it's not a thing anymore. I'm going to be brave and delete that. Just because we're in a tidy up mood. Let's get rid of these things. XP gain. Yeah, that is a thing. Except that would that live on? Yeah, because I might want a character that just gains XP at a faster rate. But that does feel like it should live like next to level. Chain, yeah. Pierce, yeah. I guess these should be separate. Spawn speed. That must be vestigial. Okay, yeah. So that's hero only. Crit rate is additive. Because it's already a percentage. Evasion chance. Yeah. Lifesteal feels different. Special chance is like hero only. Damage taken X, yeah, because that could go up or down for whatever reason. Why would, like, that's basically just armor. Where's damage taken out X? Okay. Yep. All right. Let's keep that then. Because marked isn't a thing anymore, but you know, we could have something like that. Would be like a debuff. Although that could just lower armor. So if you had a negative armor value, So if effective armor, so it'd be damage times, oh, damage minus equals damage times. So I'm just thinking this should be the same thing, right? So what armor would do is it would decrease your damage taken multiplier. So if we said damage times equals damage taken X, so if damage taken X is 1, but I get some armor, so what if we did divided equals armor, so if armor is 1.5, so let's, again, like, not very good at arithmetic, so we use the calculator. So I've got an armor of 1.5 and I just took 20 damage. So 20 divided by 1.5 equals, yeah, sounds about right. What if I've got 2 armor? 20 divided by 2 equals, but armor is a percentage. So yeah, if armor was 20 divided by 100, it's like 1/10 of the damage. No, it's 100th of the damage. So armor would like cap at 10, basically. If armor is greater than 10, armor equals 10. So the most you could reduce your damage by is like 90%, basically. So if I took 20 damage divided by 10 is 2, 100 damage divided by 10 is 10. That's the most you can reduce armor by. And so if armor is a negative value because I've got a debuff effect, then yeah, so all we need to do is that. Okay. Okay. This could be easier. You could have buffs on the weapon, and then the weapon would just apply whatever buffs it has. And the character would have debuffs which would apply to any and it's already asking if friendly is false. So like a weapon could have, like a debuff is still basically a buff, but it's just a buff with negative values. But if you had a you could have a character with buffs and debuffs. So the buffs are what it yeah, so like it would have buffs, it would also have debuffs that it applies and buffs that it applies, but that would be on the weapon. That already is on the weapon. I'm just going to keep this as it is, even though it's not great, and I'm not even going to like change anything about this. Okay. Visual components. Okay, so this all lives in character container. Nearest target. I think current target is vestigial. Because that only appears to happen on chain attacks. Also a chain attack. Also a chain attack. So that's, yeah, that's something else. That's always, yeah, so that's vestigial. That's me just not being tidy, not getting rid of my rubbish. Fade. Yeah, each character has an object which is a fade. Why is that on the player? Well, we don't need that. So that just hides the back. But do we use that somewhere else? Yeah, that's like on the animation. For doing an ultimate. Okay, is player. That's definitely on the container. Okay, target lists and my team. Battle cry. That's a visual component. Can move. And then we would do a thing like if something has like a movement has a speed of 0, then change its rigid, like we've got the freeze positions thing on the rigid body. So there's going to be a few things to consider. But okay, dice. That is a private thing to just so I'm not constantly making a new dice. Not constantly doing, like, I think it's just slightly easier on the garbage collector Death rattle. Yeah, that would be determined here. Original size. I think that goes on the character. Although I guess if the character has a size, then we've like stored that. And basically when we spawn the character, we multiply its size by whatever size it has. So that's going to be like, yeah, I guess around here. Volume X is faction. Faction is locked. Death rattle. Yeah, facing left. This is all on the component. Given upgrades, I think that might be vestigial. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to mess with that. Heal list. Okay. Is it because... Okay. So then we don't need original sprite anymore. I'm going to do away with this for now. I'm just going to have them die. Because I think if undead timer, like if this is what kills me, flying, yep. So given upgrades would be here. tidy up the order a bit later. I just want to sort of make this separation. We can make it pretty later. Okay. I feel like this is an important one. Names, sprite, I mean, yeah, they're all important. We could sort of think of primary, secondary, like these are the main ones. But let's put like death rattle. Because I think that's not going to work with the new AoE effect. Okay, yeah, it does that. So it takes that. Okay, so that would have to be a weapon. And then the weapon will do all the rest. Okay. Okay, so we can worry about the order later. And then so now we need to make public character. So how do we define each weapon? What's the problem? Okay, yeah, it's just because. So, just want this to work, but I guess we have to fix the code first. Okay, character list. Okay, character list dot clear. Yes, it does. Yeah, no, it should be there. Have to go through, so like names, new list, Sean. And then nothing changes, nothing changes, nothing changes. What let's do is HP. Max HP equals 100F. Max mono equals 100F. Speed equals 5. Leave these all untouched. Leave these all untouched. Spawn interval untouched. Starting upgrades. Then how do I do this? Yeah, same as with the really get what the issue is. What do you mean character list? Does it just need to be public? No, so why doesn't exist in this context? How is that possible? How is that possible? Oh, it needs to happen somewhere. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Big mistake here. Awake. Because this is where we're actually constructing all of these things. Okay, better. Starting upgrades, size. Because he's a hero. If level is 1, we don't need to modify it. XP gain, spawn speed, special chance, all of these. No, volume X. Because he's a hero. Size equals hero size. Hero volume. Let's make those constants. Hero size, hero, losing my brain, hero volume. Okay. Huh? Oh, Sure. Sure. Whatever. I don't understand. Okay. If friendly and healer is false, yeah, it's false by default. Faction. This factions. Human beans. That's the name of the faction. So all the factions have beans at the end of them, which is a bit redundant. Okay, and we're probably going to do like we did with the weapons, private faction. Okay, so we are going to have to, I could do, except Sean isn't an upgrade. We'll see. Okay, there's going to be a fair bit of refactoring to do, unfortunately. But okay, so that's tier one, and we're going to, no, this is hero. And we're going to have to do this for every single character. So let's just move on to soldier. So we go heroes, tier 1, soldier, and we go and so we're going to make some constants. I'm going to just label these. So yeah, hero.
I know.
Rah.
I'm putting Felix to sleep.
Okay.
Sarah's downstairs watching Doremi. Having some
He likes that show.
Yeah.
It's crap.
I think he wants to give you a kiss. Kiss Daddy?
Mwah.
I made Norwegian dream cake.
Oh, what is that?
It's a very fluffy vanilla cake with
Cool.
caramel coconut on top.
Cool. Yeah, let's just be diligent, do constants for everything. Because, you know, and basically we only change it if like it changes. Although, to be honest, Yeah, max mana, like we've got that sort of built in, so actually we don't need to do that because it's only going to be rare, like most of them are not going to have different mana. It's HP and speed are the ones that tend to change a lot. And then yeah, hero side and then sprite and then current faction. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. And we'll do lots of constants. Because this is really going to come into play as we balance, and that's kind of the next thing we're doing. So we go private float T1 HP equals 20F. So this is soldier. HP equals tier 1 HP. Speed equals, I guess again, speed we just like don't even need to bother because most of them are going to be the same. Starting upgrades equals sword. Hero size, we don't touch size in this case because it's just going to be 1. Volume equals, so volume X should, yeah, default at 0.5, so it's just default sprite equals, and we could go upgrades, get, how do we do get upgrade? Do we have to go? That way we don't have to reconnect all the upgrades. I don't have to, all the sprites. I don't have to write them all up here and then connect them again. I can just kind of do that. And then faction always equals current faction. But we have to write it. Okay, so then we would do soldier 2. Just like that.
Downstairs.
And that would be the soldier, except we need to do tier 1 HP. And actually it should be level, or like, yeah, we'll call it level, even though there's a bit of cross-wiring there with the name level. Level 1 HP. Should we just call it IHP? IIHP. And then we go, I think we go 40, 20. How do I do it in the game? Can't actually remember. I think it's 20, 30, 40, 50. Let's double check. Sure. Oh, I was surprised it saved. Yeah, 20, 30, 40, 50. Because then if we need to change this, it's going to be so much easier. And I'm not going to be scared of making those like sweeping balance changes. I could just go to these numbers and be like, yeah, right. Actually, I think all characters should have 50 HP instead. And then we go 50, 70, you know, for example. And just to try things out. So this would be IHP, IIHP. IHP and IVHP. So then, I've done this wrong. Okay, no. Tempted to see if I'm just trying to think, how would I get an AI to help me with this? I could say, here's all the characters. Could you just like fill these basics in? And then I would have to go in and kind of change things. So this one is the ranger. And he has a bow. And what we could do... we couldn't go name 0. No, we can't. No, we'll just have to copy it. Ranger. And then we just go wherever we see soldier, it's ranger. And wherever we see sword, it's bow. Okay. Right. So now that I've done the first 2, I'm going to quickly hit myself on the head and go, right, could this be quicker? Could I streamline this? Could I make this easier on myself? Could I get an AI to do it? What would the prompt be? So I would feed it this, and I would say, can you do this, but for every unit in the game? And then where do I tell it every unit in the game? I'd have to write them each out. That wouldn't be too difficult. Do I have them stored somewhere in a way? So if I could go upgrades, thing is, I reckon it's going to struggle. So if we go like, I would have to say, right, get me all of the units in the game. So weapons, talents, allies. And then, so I feed it a list of weapons, talents, and allies. So I feed it a list of allies and say, right, for each of these allies, could you just put this here for me? And then I would still have to go through and sort out the weapons, because the AI is not going to know the weapons that they start with. And then all I have to do is go and fill in the details. Except it's almost just as quick. And okay, so that's version 1. Doing it with the AI, I have to make a list, I have to feed it the list, and I also have to, and then I still have to change quite a lot of the things. Version 2 is that I just copy and paste soldier across, and I know it's 10, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If that's slightly off, it's not a big deal. And then I go through all of them, and I go soldier to, and then I need my list of upgrades, and find and replace. I think that's actually going to be quicker than using an AI. See, I'm not against the use of AI, it's just sometimes it's quicker just to do the thing than it is to explain to the AI what to do. So we have soldier. Oh, it should actually be doing soldier, rogue, looter. And it's not archer. Where did I get archer from? It's ranger. So ranger would actually be 4th one. We do rogue, looter, mage, witch, shield bearer, priest, bannerman, berserker. Okay. So yeah, I've clearly copied and pasted too many times. That's fine. Okay. And then we go sword to, and the AI would cease to have helped me at this point. Unless it could kind of get from context, like what weapon the thing has, which it might be able to do, but... spear. Fireball. Icicle. Shield. Heal. Banner. Hammer. Okay. And that's tier 1 of humans done. So that's an 1/8 of the characters in not too long a time. Like, it's not too bad. But then we need to go in and say, so this one's got some different stats. We say speed equals, and I'm going to put this on my second screen. Just so I can reference it. So then I go, just to double check, rogue, speed 9. Okay, so it's like significantly higher. Why not just do 10? I mean, I'm gonna do 10. Let's see if it bothers me. Okay, and so we'll always put like different, like this is just the same with each character, but and since he has higher speed, the HP would be so we would have like private float speed penalty. Let's just put that for now. Equals, so like would be reduced by, so if you've got 20 HP but you're faster, so you would actually have 15 HP, so that would be reduced by 25%, by a quarter, so that would be times 3 out of 4, which is 0.75, and we would say the rogue, the HP equals IHP divided by speed penalty.
Trying again.
And then so speed penalty is 0.75. So if my speed is 20 divided by, it's actually times, if we're doing it like that. So yeah, times speed penalty. We could just, yeah, I think this is easier. So times speed penalty. So I just need to go through and like we could have a template which is fast character. Okay. Names, always got to name it. Always got to determine HP because it's pretty much always different. Always got to do starting upgrades. Always got to do the sprite. Always got to do the faction. Speed though is only modified on some characters. And so this should be with normal speed being 5, which is the default. The speed equals 10F, and yeah, this is not mono behavior. So speed equals fast speed. Yeah, okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Right. Oh. Okay. So then the looter. So here we have to have a constructor. We have to have a stat or something, a bool. And I think it's a bool, which is... And this would be next to flying. Yeah, I guess we'll just do looter. It's false. And then we say... And there is no, like, penalty for being a looter. They're just... Which means that they're, like, plainly a better pick. So should there be a penalty for being a looter? Should they have less HP? So looter, loot goblin, gremlin, and... Looter, loot goblin, gremlin, and grave robber. Yeah, they're all kind of like seemingly weaker dudes. So I think they should have a looter penalty. Equals 0. So, but like not much. I mean, it is a really strong utility to be a looter, right? But we could do funky things, like we could say if speed is greater than 5, then reduce their penalty by the speed penalty, right? So like we would do like so once we've made all the characters, yeah, so for each character in character list, if character dot looter, then character dot HP times equals looter penalty. So that would mean that if I wanted to like change this, like, yeah, equals looter penalty. So when, you know, it's just the normal HP, but it's times the looter penalty, which would be, let's say 0.8, just to be a bit kinder. So 20 would become 16. 10 would become 8. 100 would become 80, you know. Yeah, I think that's smart. So then I don't have to go through all of the looters and go, they have the looter HP, or they have the looter HP times, you know. And then we could have like a bool which says is fast. But I think, because I think we're not going to have like a lot of gradient of speed. It's just going to be like you're either fast or slow. So we could be like, if character dot speed is equal to fast speed, character dot HP times equals speed penalty, right? So then we don't need to do this. The only thing we need to change is the speed. Am I just making things complicated for myself down the road? I don't know. I could stop and think about that for a second, or I could just keep going. So we just say, yeah, they're fast. Yeah, this one's a looter. Like, do we have this? Do we have the same distinction for ranged? No, like ranged weapons are already like do a little bit less damage than melee weapons. So the ranger is just exactly like the soldier, except shoots. And the mage is the same. We don't like change anything for them being a mage. We could give them less HP. It's a bit funky, isn't it, that a soldier has the same HP as a mage or a ranger. So what we could do is say something like, there's a melee character. Should the melee characters have a bit more HP? Should ranged characters have a bit less HP? Like, just having played the game a bit, it doesn't jive, it doesn't click. Like, it doesn't, I don't feel like I'm playing the game like, hold on, why is, I mean, maybe that's because I'm so close to it, but if I did want to change that, it wouldn't be too difficult. But I think I think a mage, while it sort of doesn't make thematic sense, it sort of works for the game that a ranged character actually has the same HP as a melee character, because the ranged... So maybe it shouldn't be like that. Maybe it should be that they do more damage. But then you kind of have shield bearers to be like you'll take hits, you know? I don't know. I'm going to go for a smoke while I think about it. I'll be right back. Right, so should ranged characters have a ranged penalty? Well, you know what I can do? I can say... It kind of means their weapon should be a bit stronger, but... Put this at the top because it's more common. So this is an interesting way to balance games, isn't it? But when you've got lots and lots and lots of characters... it sort of makes sense. So if you had fortunately there aren't any ranged looter speed characters because then they would just have really depressingly low HP. But yeah, so this is a good way of balancing very large quantities of characters. So if character, and then how do we determine if they're ranged or not? We could have a bool on them. We could ask if character dot, so like if character dot upgrades 0, if gm.c dot upgrades dot get upgrade character dot start, because that's a string, dot is weapon and then if is melee is not melee, okay, like that. So then otherwise I would have to create a bool, tell it, and then I'd have to say. So what this will do is automatically take any ranged characters, and then if I say no, this is a bad idea, ranged characters should have the same HP as melee characters, all I have to do is that. So I think that's good. Number of ways you could do it, but I think this is like, because a lot of games don't have 80 bloody characters in them, or I guess nearly 100. 96 because it's 80 plus 16. So he will automatically have lower HP than the soldier, and so will the witch. The shield bearer will have the same HP as the shoulder, but he's got a shield, and there's nothing else to do. We could do the is, and then we could do like is healer is friendly. So we could go if character, so and then we do this. Well, starting upgrades 0 is always going to be a weapon. We can make that true, but we need to check that it... Wait, no, it's always going to be a weapon, so this, in theory, is redundant. I guess I don't need to do... I think best practice is not to do brackets if it's just one line, but I like brackets. Okay, so then we do again if is, and then we say is dot friendly true, character dot is friendly equals true. And we do it here so that we don't have to ask each time we're like setting up the targets. Now I've made cake.
Was it good?
Yes, delicious. Okay. So then the priest. Should the priest have lower HP? Yeah, I think so. Okay. So then we're automatically, the priest is going to have lower HP. The bannerman is going to have normal HP. Except no, this is what we were thinking of, isn't it? Private float buffer. Spawn rate penalty equals 2F. And do we know if did they already make a ball for like is buff? Character if it's friendly. Yeah, so we would do. Do we have this? So dot buff. No, because a weapon can have a buff. But if it's friendly and the weapon has a buff, that means it's a buffer. So if... Oh, and this should be positive. So buffer spawn rate is higher than buffer spawn rate is higher. Could we do one for tiers as well? Could we say if the tier is 2, like if it has II in its name, it should do double HP. I think I'm going to leave that for now. I don't know. Would that make my life easier? So max HP equals. So we just that would be nothing. It would be 20. And then buffer and yeah, I think it's easier to do it like this. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to bother commenting this out for now. Heal is equal to true. Rogue. Bannerman. And then the Berserker, he's a melee character, everything's just normal. Okay, yeah, this is working. Alright. So then I would do... So we'll do tier 2 HP as well. So I'll just call this like 2. Or like C for combined or whatever. I'll just do 2 for now. And let me check what those are. I'm going to have to go to the toilet in a second. We'll go 90, 100, 130, 150. Like that. That works. That's been working so far. So yeah, 90, 110, 130, 150. Okay, I will be right back. Right, so what I essentially want to do then is take soldier again, and then we go tier 2. and we say 2, 2, 2, 2, and that's basically it for that. Then we go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we go soldier, no. And then I get my list of characters that are in the game that are tier 2. And we go knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's quicker to click it 9 times than it is to highlight the block and then do replace all. Assassin. Lord. Engineer. Frost Mage. Fire Witch. Tower. Bard. Blacksmith. Okay. So if you're a looter, you get a 5% penalty. If you're a buffer, you get a bonus to HP, but you spawn half as fast. That's automatic. So that, and then we would need to do sword 4, and then here's where we do actually need to pay a bit more attention. So the sword 4, shield. So probably should have done this before pasting. Yeah, I definitely should have done it before pasting. Oh well. It's quicker just to plow on now. I could just just gonna give them all shield and then we'll take it from there. Oh. Oh, it's been changing the sprites. There we go, starting upgrades. Oh, I know how I could do it. What's going on there? So, shield 1, 2, 3, 4. So then sword, shield. Yeah. So assassin would be sword becomes dagger. 1, 2, 3, 4. Except we start. Dagger. Yeah, I should have done this before pasting. So he gets dagger 4. And shield and dagger. Dagger 1, dagger 2. Okay, so in this case will be like, it should be, so be, what does the Lord have? Human beings, Lord has, I'm pretty sure it's spear and sword. So yeah, spear 4. And then, could have made my life a bit easier there, but yeah, so then sword. Okay. And then engineer is crossbow and... Wait, engineer shouldn't have crossbow. Because crossbow's a tier 2 weapon. Is it a tier 2 weapon? It's not. It's not. I changed it. Yeah. So, crossbow. Yeah, so we'll do this. And he gets a crossbow and a hammer. Just double check that. Crossbow. Oh, he starts with hammer 4, but then his crossbow upgrades. Okay. Ah, so I got that wrong then. Never mind. So crossbow. And I guess what we're saying here is the ranged weapon should always come first in order to incur the penalty of having a ranged weapon. Should that apply to tier 2 units who have a ranged and a... Huh. Because some tier 2 units have 2 ranged weapons, some of them have 2 melee weapons. So if a ranged character gets a penalty, but they have a ranged and a melee, so if they have 2 ranged, that should be a penalty, but if they have 1 ranged, that should not be a penalty. Or it should be like a double ranged character. So ranged, so yeah. Ranged penalty. But we would say if combined is equal to false. Wait, no, we're checking if the character itself is combined. So, ranged penalty for tier 1 units with a ranged weapon. But then tier 2 units with a ranged weapon. Should have so if you've got double ranged, you get the full penalty. But if you've got single ranged... Okay, so then how do I check if... Okay, so this is the case for character.hp times equals range penalty. Else, oh no, yeah, if it's not combined, if it is combined, and its second weapon so if it's got two ranged weapons, I mean, so a frost mage has two ranged weapons. They would take the full brunt of it. But we need to make sure then that always, I don't want to have to always make sure that the second thing it has, yeah, if and or be like 8-3. So 2.25 divided by 2 is it 12.5, so it would be 875. So it's like between. $25 divided by 2 is 12.5. 75. I'm so bad at maths. 75. It's just I've got other shit going on. 75 plus. I can't believe I'm using the calculator for this. 87.5. That's right. Just checking myself. I had the right answer. I just wanted to check. So we're saying if you've got one of the weapons is ranged, except that buffs are melee weapons. Buffs are not melee weapons. Buffs are not tagged with his melee. Heals are not tagged with his melee. So what I could do is have a thing on the character that says is ranged. Is hybrid. So you would have ranged, hybrid, melee, buff buffer healer. So it would be like this. So we have, what's it, attack type. How do I make one of these? Just very simple. Public enum, that's the word I'm looking for. Self-taught. So we have, and where does that sit? Outside. And we have melee, ranged, hybrid, healer, buffer, and then when we say and then so for each of them we have to do, well, for yeah, so assassin, we can go, well, fast is different, but character type equals character type dot hybrid. Okay, so we go through tier 1 and we say rogue's fine, looter is fine, ranger is and then so back here to keep it simple we say if character type character dot character type is equal to character type dot ranged. We could do a switch case for character type. Hybrid, buffer, healer. So all of them, melee, ranged, hybrid, buffer, healer. Yeah, that's 5. And then so if it's a hybrid, it will be and then we'll get rid of is healer. is friendly will keep. I think we'll get rid of is friendly. We can bring it back later if we need it. I think we don't need it because we can just ask if it's a buffer, heal, or whatever, and then use that to help determine targeting and whatnot. Oh. Assassin has extra speed too. Speed equals Lord is just a melee character. Engineer is a hybrid. Frost Mage is ranged. Fire Witch is ranged, pure range. Tower, oh, we should do, I think this should be penalty, it should be multiplier. So I'm going to have to do some finding and replacing, but just, you know, before I really commit, because we're still only a fraction of the way there. Yeah, if you can't move, you get 1.5 times HP. I think more than that is a bit. What if you can't move and you're ranged? So you would get the ranged penalty. Or I guess we wouldn't put it as a ranged. It would be immobile. So it would get, so the tower would get 1.5 times HP. But then, so the buffer is what would happen to the buffer. To the gravestone. Gravestone would get 20 HP times 0.75 because it's a buffer. Oh wait, yeah. No. So it's a buffer. It's got 20 HP. Times 2 equals 40. So that's how much HP the Bannerman will have, offset by the fact that it spawns half as quickly. But then it's also immobile, so it will actually have 60 HP. Yeah, that seems right. So the Gravestone has 60 HP. It's a buffer. The Bannerman I guess that counts as a hybrid. I mean, there aren't going to be... I mean, there might be, but... So, the Bannerman would have, like, 90 HP to begin with, times the buffer HP, which would be 2. But then, divided by... So, does the character... So, there's no characters that's going to have 2 buffs. So, I think a Bard... While it's a buffer, so it's gonna spawn twice as slowly, so it should get the buffer HP multiplier. But then should we mitigate that? So we could say like hybrid buffer and then, so that would be the tomb. The tomb yeah, hybrid buffer HP multiplier means that it's a buffer and does something else. So we would probably have another type, which is hybrid buffer. And a hybrid buffer so yeah, this would all be together. And then immobile is a different one, fast. So you could be a fast speed buffer, for example. You could be an immobile buffer. You could be an immobile hybrid buffer. If you're immobile, you just standardly get 1.5 HP, 150% HP. But if you're immobile and a buffer, you're getting 2 times and the 1.5 times, which I think is fine. So the totem comes to mind. But then if we look at... Yeah, and so I suppose the tower would be a hybrid. So yeah, like, let's try this out. Like, I think this is correct, though. So the tower is ranged. So first of all, we go speed equals 0. And attack type is hybrid because it doesn't have 2 ranged weapons. So therefore, it gets the benefit of the immobile, but then it's hybrid. So this would be 90. So let's clear that. 90 times 0.875 equals 78.5 times 2 equals... That's how much HP the tower is going to have. That seems about right. Okay. So, yeah, that's the tower. So... Okay, so... Looters, yeah. This way it's just going to be so much easier just to mess around with balancing. Like, I don't have to change a whole bunch of stats at a time. I can just be like, oh, well, looter, you know, because if I say, oh, the looter's not got enough HP, then probably the loot goblin and the gremlin and the grave robber don't have enough HP either. They'll have the same HP. And if for some reason we wanted the gremlin to have more HP, I can't think of that reason. But then we can always override it. So we could sort of say stat override. We can make a bool which is like stat override. And then we say, like, don't do any of this if there's a stat override. Right? But I can't see that happening. Okay. And here we can do, is it title screen dot heroes title screen dot get hero Sean dot sprite. Okay. And then we would add to this when we load the game, when we load the meta progress, we'd say add starting upgrade here. Okay, good. Okay, it's going to be quite a lot of work here. Okay, priest, yeah, he's a healer. Bannerman is a buffer. Berserker, yeah, and buffers won't be naturally slower. So yeah, knight, assassin, lord. He's a engineer is a hybrid. Frost Mage is ranged. Fire Witch is ranged. Tower is immobile hybrid. Paladin is... I think a Paladin counts as a hybrid because it has a heal and a melee. So I'll just copy this. Delete this. Copy again. Paladins are hybrids. Yeah. Paladins are hybrids. They wouldn't have... Like, we could just say they're a melee. But yeah, so he's not going to get the same... So he's going to get a slight HP penalty because it has the capacity to heal, because it's a healer as well. And I think that's fine. So then Bard is a hybrid. But then how do we determine the spawn rate? So we do have hybrid buffer. Yeah. So it's a hybrid buffer. And hybrid buffers have so their spawn rate will be 6 and they'll be so if we had a hybrid buffer that was ranged, so if it had a ranged weapon and a buff that doesn't exist yet, good, it could do. Oh wait, no, yeah, the totem is a ranged unit. So what we want is like melee buffer and ranged buffer. Okay. So melee buffer, so like a blacksmith. Oh, but like the bard is a healer and a buffer. So yeah, there's plenty of examples of this. So a melee buffer. So if it's a melee buffer or a so a melee buffer would have a spawn rate of 1.5. Ranged buffer would also have a spawn rate of 1.5. And I guess this as well, except something like that. Is that fair? So the melee buffer. So because you're a buffer, you get 2 times HP. But because you're ranged, you lose 0.75 HP. Which is exactly that. And if you're melee, you gain 2 times HP. But then you have to average it back. No, so it would have to be averaged back. So arranged, so it would be between... what's the number between... so 0.25. So you're penalized 0.25, but you gain 1. So you're at 0.75. So you got... I'm so bad at maths. So we've got a unit here that is it's got 90 HP. Then we multiply that by 1 point. No, we say, but you're arranged, so you get 0.75 equals 67.5. But then because you're a buffer, that's times by 2. So let's do that with 100. So 100 times 0.75 equals times because you're a buffer equals that. So your ranged buffer gets 150. And so your ranged immobile buffer would be 100. So yeah, 150 is do I have this right? No, I don't think this is right. So you wouldn't stack them, you'd split the difference. So it would be God, my brain's melting. Okay, so we would have HP of 100. Well, so yeah, wait. So 70 2 minus 75 equals divided by 2. What? That's not right. So it would be 2 times 2 divided by times 2 and times 7.75. So 200 minus 75 equals 125 divided by 2 equals 62.5. So it would be 0.625 buffer HP, so 1.625, because you're not getting the full benefit of the. And then if you're a melee, your status hasn't changed, so this would be 1. 375, and this would be 1.5 melee buffer, and so that stays the same. So then, yeah, that would be 1.5. So your ranged buffer, like, yeah, okay. I wonder if I'm overthinking this or if I'm just being a moron. Melee buffer multiplier is 1.5. So the blacksmith will have 1.5 HP, and the bard will have that multiplied by that. Okay, like, you know what, I can change these numbers later, but the point is that it happens. So let's make this. So we have melee buffer and ranged buffer. And the ranged buffer is just going to count as like here. So bard is a ranged buffer. Because if it had 2 buffs, you'd get the full two times. But since you've got a melee and a buff, it would be between. You'd split the difference basically. It's between a melee and a ranged and a buff. So it would be 1 for the melee, 2 for the buff. What's the middle? And then if it's ranged, so it would be 0.75, 2. What's between 0.75 and 2? It's 1.325 or whatever it is. Yeah, that seems correct. So we go melee buffer. And then, yeah, we kind of naturally end up with a sort of reasonable spread of HPs. They don't all just have the same HP. Should be interesting. There's, of course, other things we can mess with, but don't want to get into that yet. Like, we could say, oh, well, the blacksmith has a bit more armor. It's not so dire that I, like, it's not going to make that much difference, to be honest. Like, people aren't going to be noticing how much health people have, but I do want it to make sense. So, melee buffer. Rather than letting them have like multiple ones and like doing all of these multipliers based on that. I think this is better than that. Okay. And the spawn rate remains the same. Okay. So the blacksmith is a melee buffer. Oh, hello, little boy.
Hey.
What are you doing in here?
Can I sit on you?
For a little bit, yeah.
I know what for a little bit. Cyrus.
You can sit for a little bit.
Un poquito. Un poquito.
I don't mind for a little bit. Okay, so we're programming all of the characters. So we're writing all of the information for all of the characters. And so we've just done the humans. So I'm going to copy this. Except I think it's going to be easier. So there's human. Should we let's do the heroes.
But I want to do the heroes.
Just so that we've got so we can say we finished the first faction and run into any problems we might have run into. So we have Sean, we have Beanie.
Beanie.
And basically, yeah.
I want you to do Beanie.
Beanie.
What's Beanie?
Beanie.
Beanie is you.
And then Rowan.
Can I play with this for a bit?
Sean.
Can I play with this for a bit?
No. Oh, with that? Yeah, you can play with that all you like. I think that's broken. No, but it has wires to connect electricity. It's a little USB stick, and what it has is information on it. So it's like a book with very tiny letters that a computer can read, but you and I can't read. Okay, heroes. Okay, and then Beanie has bow. Ranger.
Ready, steady, go.
Rowan has heal. That was it. Berserker.
Oh, not coming.
And Jack has dagger and rope. That's going to be so much easier to modify these things. Okay. So that's human beings. Let's, before I copy and paste it again, I'm going to do this one. So human being is green bean. Green beans. I'm really proud of myself for remembering the names of all the characters. Oh, what? Why are you going up there? Oh, okay.
It whipped past you.
Did it?
Past you, pick. Past the door. Past the gate.
Brain isn't working. Beanie becomes Dushata.
Your face. Past me, dear.
It's quicker just pick.
What's that thing?
I'm still really proud of the names Pick and Lure. I think that just sounds like such a Saturday morning cartoon. And let's see if I can remember. We have the axe and the goblin. Yeah. Then we have the.
I need help for potty.
Ah.
I need potty. I need potty.
You need potty. Do you need poo or just a pee?
A poo and a pee.
Okay. Can you do it without me? Do you know how to do it?
I want to do it with you.
Okay. I'll be right back. Maybe. Where's Mummy? I can't remember what. I think he has the club.
Mummy's having a nap with you.
Fire starter.
Mummy's having a nap with you.
Okay. But yeah, can you ask Mummy to help you with potty? Because you can ask Mummy to help you.
Can I help you?
And then we have.
Can I help you?
So Cyrus, you can come and hang out with Daddy for a little bit while he's working, but you can't take him away from the desk. You can watch me work, but if you need potty or if you need something to eat or anything else, you should go to Mummy, okay? I know, that's very sweet. Okay, I think I'm gonna go Goblin, and he's got Scimitar. Oh, that's sweet. But I'm busy, I'm afraid. The reason it's a bit easier to just replace the names like this rather than pasting the thing again is because a lot of these are actually going to be the same. So this is a standard range, this is a fast speed, and this is a looter. This will be the loot goblin.
Pero papi está trabajando. Pero papi tiene que trabajar, mi amor. Cariño, por favor. Ven, mi vida. Bueno, mi amor. Entonces yo me voy a ir para abajo. Papi no te puede ayudar, ¿de
It's
acuerdo?
probably easier just to paste rather than find and replace. Okay.
Ya papi te
And
explicó.
he has the loot sack. Oh, let's do this as well. Dagger becomes.
Ven, papi, además tienes que darte un bañito. ¿No te quieres dar un maravilloso bañito con agua caliente? Ven, vamos a llenar la bañera con burbujas.
No quiero llegar con
Y con juguete.
Just finding my place again after doing this find and replace. So see, I think it is actually going to be more time efficient to just paste rather than find and replace. So warg, claw, loot, goblin has the loot sack. So I'll just manually replace these. Yeah, it's much quicker than doing the find and replace and then losing my place in the document. And then ranger becomes goblin ranger. I think it's just called ranger. Let me double check that. Oh, it is called goblin ranger. Goblin ranger. I regret this now. I might change it.
I made it so cold. I made it so cold.
Well done. Having the ranger spelled awkwardly, like I was having a bit of fun. Ranger. But actually, I think it would have been easier to. Do we have green? Is it green bow? It's not actually green. It's just the bow of the green beans faction. No, I think they just have the bow.
I'm climbing. I tried to climb.
Because they don't have a bow as weapons.
I'm trying to climb.
So I'm going to have a double look at the... You climbing like Spider-Man?
I can't really.
No, it's very difficult to do that. It's impossible, in fact. Unless you have the right gear. Or unless you have something to climb on. Goblin Ranger. It's just called bow. Okay, good to know. Did I make a green bow? I mean, it's just it is the exact same bow visually as well. Like it's just a bow. Like where can you go with that? So that one's super easy, and yes, it is ranged. So this is made quite easy. Okay, mage becomes Zapper. Zapper, 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 and he actually has the chain lightning. And then the witch becomes the fire starter. And actually he has the fireball, so it might have been, could have maybe made my life easier there. I think I started calling it Firestarter because I wanted it to sound like the Prodigy. Firestarter. Because he doesn't say, I'm the Firestarter. He says, I'm the Firestarter. Twisted Fire. And then I thought, oh, if I'm doing that for one of them, I should do it for all of them. Which was a mistake because I just ended up getting confused and had bits in the code where it's like, oh, you asked for the Goblin Ranger, not the Goblin Ranger. So, lesson learned. It's fun, but don't do it. There's no need. It's us reading the word, not the goblins reading the word. So it doesn't have to be like that. Okay. Shield Bearer has all normal stats. But the orcs don't have a shield bearer equivalent, so we actually just delete that. Orcs have one fewer unit and one more weapon. Just a bit of character. So priest becomes... They don't have a priest either. They don't have a healer type. They do, so we go straight to Bannerman, which is of course a buffer, which is of course the drummer. And I'm not using find and replace, I'm using manual pasting. And he has the drum. And yeah, everything else remains the same. He is a buffer. And then from that, we get all the additional stats we need. Because I might say, oh, buffers should be a bit slower. Well, then, you know. Or no, I don't think buffers should spawn slower anymore. And I don't think they should have higher HP anymore. And I can just change that by changing 2 numbers rather than going through all of these. Alright. Berserker. So that is the equivalent of the Brawler. And so we do need to do something. So there's more. So we have such a thing as, so the orcs have more HP. So private float orc HP multiplier equals 1.5. Private float orc spawn rate multiplier equals also 1.5, I think. Let me double check how that is in the game. I mean, how it is in the game isn't necessarily the right number, but just for consistency, there's some testing. The orc. Oh, really? Is that how I did it? I don't remember that at all. So apparently, I don't remember doing this. Apparently the orc has the same spawn interval, despite having much higher health, but it's made up for by the fact that they're slow. Is that fair? Isn't that a bit OP? I mean, maybe, like, if you're slow and you're running towards a ranged unit, you're going to get shot a lot more times. But I don't feel that speed comes into it. Maybe it does. I don't know. I mean, like, the fact that I didn't notice means that it's been working, but I haven't done a whole lot of testing. Okay, so the orcs don't have a slower spawn rate. But would an orc be slower moving than a goblin? And what difference does that make? Not much to the player, but to the army. If you're slower moving, and you're going to slow down the units around you as well, although the units around you are probably going to push you. I think I'm going to go back to it being a spawn rate thing. But then the orc... So then the orc drummer will spawn in really slowly, but it will have a lot of HP. That's probably fine, because the HP makes up for it. I mean, funnily enough, the HP means that they're going to live longer, meaning it's going to kind of make my... this is an attempt to optimize less powerful. So yeah, we do want to do this, and I've got this, like, I'm not going to forget, because we've got this lovely little red bit here, that we need a constant, which is buffer AoE. I think that should be... I do know some best practices. I know that if it's a private variable, then it starts with a lowercase. So we would have buffer AoE, and at the moment that's 15. We could lower that to 10. So he's really only buffing the units around it, rather than buffing like everyone. What about Banner? Banner has 15 as well, so this would also be buffer AoE equals buffer AoE. Yeah, and we'd have to do this for a few of them. Okay. Yeah, and I just mustn't forget to do that. So, but yeah, we still have that. So all of this stemmed, for anyone who's trying to keep track, I realized that there was some optimization issues when playing in Unity, bear in mind, so it's might not be nearly as strong when I play in game from a build. But when I had a lot of buffers on screen, the game started to chug a little bit. And one of the solutions to that was to lower their spawn rate. But if I'm lowering their spawn rate, I need to increase their HP. And I don't know by exactly how much. So as I went into my prefabs the old way, I've got a whole bunch of prefabs for units. I would have to change each of them like one by one. Whereas I shouldn't even be doing it like that anyway. I should have a constructor and all the information should be stored here, and then we build a unit based on the constructor. And despite the fact that I've literally just added like 40 characters to the game in this old style, wasting a lot of my own time, now is the time that I decide to do things properly. So, you live and you learn, don't you? Right. So, how do we feel about that? So an orc drummer is an orc, therefore it spawns slower and has higher HP, but it's a drummer, and then it's a buffer, therefore it spawns slower and has higher HP. So the orc drummer is going to be, the orc drummer is going to be very, very high HP unit. I think that's fine. Let's just we can test this out. So where do I put that on the character itself? Because we've got this character type, but this would be additive to whatever the effects of the character type are. So we would have like, could it be size? No, but we could have like a bool. So this could apply to all kinds of units, but so far it would only apply to orcs. We could say like public bool, like for the moment we could say it is orc, but I feel like I want to make it universal. Feels like good practice, even though it wouldn't really apply here. Call it is brute. Equals false. And then we just say if character dot is brute, character dot HP times equals, not HP, max HP. Silly mistake. Let's try that again. .5 character dot spawn rate times equals, and then what do we call it? Not orc, is brute. And yes, I'm aware we're going from spawn interval to spawn rate. Don't sue me, please. I know it's wrong. Okay. So then we need to go through these and find our orcs. And go... See, we've got fire starter. Where's orc? Orcs at the bottom. Okay, so fire starter, drummer is brute. Is brute equals true. And we'll just brawler is brute. to copy the brawler. Orc. Oh, we didn't even change. Wait, what? Brawler. Huh. Okay, brawler. We could probably have saved myself some time by like not having like 4 of each character, but just kind of having a character that has 4 upgrades and doing it like that. And then just kind of progressively, like, and then just always adding that to their name, and then always adding like progressive, like it could have been done just to save myself a few lines of code. Well, one thing at a time. So this guy has the club. And this guy has the axe. Okay, now for the tier 2s, we go bomber. And then we go what does he have? I think he's got the scimitar. And then he doesn't have a second weapon, because what he does is he explodes when he dies. Which is interesting, because you wonder if, like, is that shit? And then could we just like incur another HP penalty for being someone that explodes? Like, what does it cost to give someone a death rattle where they explode and kill some people? And how do you make a bomber? Because if it's with the fireball, bomber is loot goblin and goblin, so it's nothing to do with the fireball. So he has the scimitar, I know that much. Yeah, it's double checking. Yeah, he has the scimitar. And actually, so yeah, he should start with the scimitar. 4. And then he should get, what should he get? What would his other weapon be? If he had another weapon. And then in exchange for him exploding, because I think missing a weapon is huge. That's a huge tip in the balance. Like, I don't think it's worth giving up an entire weapon to blow up. I don't think that's a fair trade, so that's not balanced. That makes this character shit. So what other weapons could we give him? Like, it doesn't feel great giving him a magic weapon. So Firestarter Warlock, Firestarter Shaman, they both have fireballs, so that's enough fireballs. So we won't give him a magic. Give him a heal. No, we could give him boomerangs. So he's got a sword and boomerangs, but that's kind of already the Pathfinder, so the Wayfinder. Who's like a ranged and melee unit. Could he have 2 scimitars? Could be quite fun. 2 scimitars and the bomb. So let's do scimitar. Okay, and now we need to set up death rattle equals weapons dot get weapon. Can we do that? Weapons dot get weapon. Does that, okay, so we have to go gm.c.weapons.getWeapon. explosion. And then what we can do is like, okay, so then how do we penalize him for having an explosion? I guess we could just give him 0.75 health, and then we can actually do this. So times, and then we could do so we're not doing it down at the bottom. Oh well, we could do like, give me peace. What is it? What is it? Is it just because of that? That throws the whole rest of the code into question. Fair enough. Okay, so we have is brute, then we have if character dot death rattle is not equal to null, so he has a death rattle, then character dot max HP times equals death rattle multiplier. And I have a feeling so that's kind of equivalent to the looter penalty, right? Where it's just not quite as harsh, but he has a bit less HP despite being a melee character, but he gets an explosion. And I think that's fair, but we can always mess with it. We can always say, no, give him even less HP because the explosion is actually quite powerful, and so on. Yeah, and then we need to make sure... So explosion, yeah, that's what it does. Simple, effective explosion. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's fair. So if the death rattle is not equal to null, then lower their HP by the amount that we think a death rattle is worth. So we could have some characters that have better death rattles than others, in which case it wouldn't be fair to reduce HP by the same amount. But as it stands, this is the only character with a death rattle. We could have more. I was thinking of making the Banshee not a debuff character, but one that also, when it dies, like makes a sort of Banshee wail, which freezes everything around it. But I suppose that would do less damage, but have the benefit of the frozen debuff. So, you know. Okay, Assassin. He's already a fast character. And we go... And the equivalent to the Assassin is the Warg Rider. And I think it's Rider. Yeah. Double checking. Warg Rider. I'll just do it manually. And so I think I might be misbalanced here as well. So the Warg Rider, one of his weapons is a warg's head on a stick, because we don't have mounts in this game. That's just not supported. So I thought it would be funny if he's just holding like a warg's head on a stick, like a horsey's head on a stick. So that's how it is. And then so we have the Warg Rider has the Warg Claw as well, does he? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, because that's like, so he actually has 3. So he has machete, four off the bat, and he has Warg Claw. Does Warg Stick actually? Warg Stick 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fine. We'll do Warg Stick 1, 2, 3, 4. So Warg Claw. Let's do this for now. Oh yeah, because they look different. They don't actually do anything at all. But they look different because they're the heads of the different tiers of walls, which are different colours. I hope people appreciate the attention to detail in this game, because it wasn't easy. Definitely wasn't easy having little things like that. Okay, so there's the Warg Rider, and then we have the... Who's next? And so we are getting on the train here, like we're running out of new scenarios, so it does just become data entry after a little while. Okay, Warg Rider, Glutton. So the Glutton's a bit different. Well, actually, it's not. I did give this guy lots of... I think this guy, even though he's a goblin, he gets the is brute status. So we're going to go is brute equals true. And his weapons are so annoying having to translate this from the prefab. So his weapons are scimitar. And he gets a progressively strong shield. Plank. Just a plank of wood. More in character for the orcs. And that is Glutton. Of course we have to do all the translations, but... Okay, Glutton... Wayfinder. Yes, so far I'm just making sure I haven't forgotten to... Yeah, these are melee characters, so nothing different. Wayfinder. So this one is a hybrid. Hybrid. And it's already set because there is symmetry and balance in this game already. Okay, so that's Wayfinder. And he's got... Let me just... I think it's a bow and arrow and a machete. Boomerangs. Sorry, bow and arrow. Boomerangs, that's what I meant. Boomerangs and scimitar. Scimitar. Okay, so... Boom... Hold on a sec. Oh, I've made a mistake with the engineer then. Let's go back up to engineer and fix that. Here we go. Okay, so he has crossbow. Yeah, I've definitely written this up wrong. So he has crossbow 4. And then he gets hammer. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and the other ones. Oh no, I've completely neglected to do it for most of these. Okay, just taking a step back then. Yeah, that's right with the Lord. Getting right with the Lord, as they say. And then the mage has icicle 4. Icicle 4. And then icicle 4, and that would be icicle 2, icicle 3, icicle 4, and then fire witch would be fireball 4. Yeah, so because I've pasted this now, so well I guess I can repaste. And then we go. What is that doing there? I think there's some coding practice which says that this should be fireball4.name, as in that would have been a constant stored somewhere, but I think that just to avoid potential mistakes. But I think that is a bit extreme. I think that is a bit too like annoying to have to do. Okay, tower has bow 4 from the beginning. And then it gets a progressively better shield. Let me just double. Well, you know, if that's not right, like that's what feels right now. It might be the other way around. It might be that it starts with a level 4 shield and then gets a progressively better bow. But okay. And then Paladin has sword 4 from the beginning. And then gets a progressively better heal. Okay, and then the bard starts with, I think, the heal 4. And then gets a progressively better drum. Very much tedious data entry here. No, we've been going for quite a while. Gosh, it's almost 5, Jesus. Okay. And then the blacksmith has a hammer 4. And gets a progressively better anvil. Yeah, this is me just copying data from what I did with the prefabs. It's a bit sad, but well, fixing old mistakes. That's how, it's one of the best ways to learn. I mean, obviously, it's better if you don't make the mistake in the first place, obviously, but making the mistake. So now I know when I like say no, I'm not going to use prefabs. I'm not going to do visual, because that's like visual coding or visual data. You know, why would I not just do it nice and visually using the prefabs? This is why. This is why. Okay, so now. So we'll do Wayfinder, and we go Boomerang, and what do we have so far for the Wayfinder? Should he start with Boomerang 4? I think it depends if his so Wayfinder should start with Boomerang 4 and then get the scimitar. So Boomerang 4. And then scimitar, and this is going to be much easier to paste through. Okay, so we'll go back up here and we will copy and paste from Frostmage. Okay, so Frostmage becomes, so we go Wayfinder, Warlock. Warlock's a fun one. He has 2 different schools of magic. So he'll have, and let me just check. I mean, I think it would make sense for him to start with Chain Lightning and get progressively better Fireball. And then the Fire Witch becomes the Shaman. And yeah, so this guy is ranged through and through. So he's not hybrid, he's just ranged. And he is not an orc. He's not a brute. So yeah, that's good. And then Fire Witch gets... yeah, I mean, the style of... I mean, I haven't like been on the development team of a lot of games, but I feel like it makes sense to... just to keep balancing simple is to use rules to balance each of the characters rather than like giving each of them stats. It's like just create a rule set. It's like, okay, this person has a ranged attack. How much HP is that worth? You know, like it's not always best to do this, but I think when managing like large amounts of units, so you probably wouldn't do this for like hero characters in a game, but you might do this for the enemies because you're likely to have a lot of enemies. So we do Fire, which becomes Shaman. And I'm just going to do this manually. Actually, I'm not going to do it manually. Let's do the last one manually so I don't. And then... so the Shaman, I can't actually remember, but I think it's Fireball and Heal. So that, and because its main thing, so yeah, it'll be Fireball and Heal. Oh, Chain. Is it Chain Heal? Chain Healing? I can't remember. Chain Heal. Okay, good. So yeah, he has Fireball and a progressively better Chain Heal. The Tower becomes... oh, so then we have the Totem. And so this is a ranged character and a heal character, which just means it counts as full ranged, I think. I guess we could get rid of healer as a type and just think of that as a ranged, right? But it doesn't make any difference at this point. So the Tower, yeah, it was a hybrid, but we're talking about the... so let's just do... we just did Shaman, now we're doing Totem. Totem. Ever so slightly quicker than copying and then find and replace. Okay, and the Totem has... oh wait, did I... oh yeah, so it has... so what did we call it? It had totemic power. So it had a buff. So it's a buffer and a healer. So it starts with Chain Heal. So we go Chain Heal 4. And then we have, what do we call it? Totem Power. Gets progressively better. And it does indeed get progressively better. Shouldn't that be 2, 3, 4, 5? I think I prefer that. Okay. And so the Totem is full ranged. No, it's ranged hybrid. Characters ranged buffer. And so I should have done that for the Tower as well. Is ranged buffer. And and its speed is 0, so it also benefits from... so it gets some HP from that, and then this guy, yeah, is a ranged buffer. Okay. Yep, chain heal, totem power, all good. And then we have Paladin. But then that, so Paladin turns into Blade Master. And this is simply a brute. Is brute equals true. Anything else? It's just a melee. Melee, melee, melee. So yeah, not much to say really. And done. Blade Master, and I believe he has. I opted not to give him Whirlwind. Oh yeah. Whirlwind Blade is a tier 1, so he has. What did I give him? It was Whirlwind Blade and the Star Trekky one. So we go Blade Master has Glaive 4 and Whirlwind Blade. So I think it should be the other way around. It should be Whirlwind Blade 4. So we go Whirlwind Blade 3, 4, and Glaive. Yeah. And then rather than it's actually going to be easier to copy this because it's mostly the same. So we go Blade Master becomes Chief. Okay, and then he has 2 axes. So he has axe. That actually makes him a pretty powerful unit, but it's like, if you don't go near him, can't hurt you. Okay. Alright, so that concludes the orcs. So next up is the undead and then the demons. So we're halfway through this horrible task that I have to do to make life easier in the future. So let's copy human beings again. And there we are. Okay, so let's fold those. Current faction, and then it's black beans. Black and... Oof, like, can I think of easier ways to do this? Is there more ways I could automate this? Could I have fed this to an AI to make it go a bit quicker? I don't think so. I think the AI would have made mistakes, and also I would have still had to feed the AI the information, whereas I might as well just write it down myself. Oh, did I say... Yeah, I did say that the last orcs were brutes. Hello, little baby. Hello, little baby. Okay, and I think I'm going to call it there, actually, because I think my family needs me a little bit, and it's 5 o'clock, which is... Okay. Well, I mean...
He just doesn't want to, like, he wants me to build him the toy.
Yeah,
because...
he needs to learn to play by himself.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I told him to try, but then he doesn't want to try. He wants me to...
Is it still raining?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Let's stop. Oh, my boy!
Nothing happened, I just picked
He
it
didn't
up.
hit himself on this.
No, it's fine.
Does he want the daddy? Is it that he wants daddy?
You just stop this.
I can stop it now. Alright, well, yeah, I'm going to leave it there. and I'll probably do the rest of this off stream. So I'll be back not tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon I have a driving lesson. So for a proper stream I'll be back. What day is it today? It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday, yes.
I'll be back on Friday at 1 o'clock. Alright, thanks a lot. Cheers, bye.
Now he ought to try and build it, and then he got really frustrated, and I said, okay, I'll build it. But if